Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you are, and welcome to Day Dos. That's two in Spanish, Jamie, of the Karen Reed trial, where hopefully we will get to find out did it snow that night in Canton? Because I heard rumors there might have been snow that day, but I'm not sure. It was a little fuzzy yesterday watching day one if there was snow or there were no snow. I think it was mentioned once, maybe twice. No. Quick recap of day one. Lally, as suspected, gave an opening statement that had absolutely nothing to do with the case. It had all about her character, touching people's feelings, and no evidence whatsoever, and promises that we will show you a lot of witnesses, and maybe some of them have something to say. State's opening, I would give that. I don't do your scale system, but out of 10, I would maybe a 3. But I'm very biased. I've been following this for a long time. I see the general sentiment is the same on other channels. State's defense opening was fire. I would put that at 9 of an opening
Yeah.
statement, maybe 10. He just needed a Matlock moment showing the real killer in the courtroom. We found out lead detective Proctor illegally went through Karen Reed's phone looking for her nudes, which he told his friends who were not police officers about he was doing, and stated that no one in the house will be in trouble because they're Boston PD officers. How he still has a job, I really don't know,
Me
because
neither.
that's absolutely crazy. Um, they brought in Lucky, who said he passed the house at 2 a.m., saw no dead body. They brought up how many people left the house after he supposedly was on the front yard, how big he was, so they should have known him, had seen him. Um, Peter is that they showed a clear version of the dash cam on the news this morning. There was nothing for snow. It was just starting to come down harder when they arrived. Yeah. And as I've made fun of a lot yesterday and in the in on X and stuff like that, if Massachusetts can't drive in weather like that, you should never come to Scandinavia. But opening statements really good, really good. Pointing fingers at the third party culprit without really naming any names. Destruction of evidence. Acknowledging that she kissed Higgins, they had to get out in front of that so they couldn't use it against him. Oh, and by the way, Lally is back to the 24.2 miles per hour reversal strike, leaving
60 feet.
nobody.
Yeah.
Leaving no
That's
injuries
crazy.
to the body other than slightly knocking him over, so he banged his head.
Think about
Which,
that.
yeah,
60 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour. Just knocked him over.
yeah.
Hard
So he
enough
banged
for
his
him
head, and that's why he died.
to break his skull on the back of his head.
Yeah.
But
Nowhere
to
else.
not leave any marks on his body from being
Oh,
knocked
yeah,
over.
and he must have had the glass up his sleeve because that's what make those lacerations that they all of a sudden calls lacerations. The last 12 months, it's been abrasions.
Blunt force trauma.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
and first witness, his brother, a lot of touchy feely, a lot about nothing. 4 hours. Most of it, what I got out of it was there was snow there. And he showed us a video showing clearly that Paul walked past the broken tail light at least 3 times, I believe, in the video, and didn't even look over and thought, "Oh, that's weird, your tail light's out." Which a normal person probably would have done if they just arrived at a driveway, not really knowing what had happened. No one yeah, it's they don't it's yeah, coincidence probably. And then we had his wife told exactly the same story, and then that Karen had called her because she wanted to talk about John because he's been an a-hole to her for buying ice latte for the girl at Dunkin' Donuts. And the last
Mhm.
witness was the first arriving officer. The first arriving officer it was such bad weather, and I think at some point he had the cruiser going 36 miles per hour, but it was really bad weather. And I think he said he went 23 miles per hour because it was so bad. Yeah, of course I mentioned Chloe as well. That's correct, trophy wife. We will start today with Cross of the police officer. This is kind of what we have been waiting for. Cross will be what sets the tone in this case.
I can't wait.
Hope it's as good as we hope.
I know. I hope I'm not disappointed.
Oh, it'll be good. I have faith.
I really don't know where, because normally you set the tone with your first one or two witnesses, and then you put in all the technical boring stuff, and then you have 2-3 witnesses with all the blood and gore and how we wrap this up. Hey, Macchiabianati.
Hey, Marcy.
We don't. No, we have unions, and no, I'm not a master baker, but I do have a certificate for my baker's guild, claiming that I did my exams, and that's why I can forever and always call me a baker.
If you were a professional fisherman, would you be a master baiter then?
It depends. Maybe you could be a master hauler as well.
A master what?
Master hauler, if you're hauling on in the trawl.
Hauler. Okay. I like it.
Yeah, I hope that the officer haven't had too much coffee before he got up there.
I bet they're all shitting themselves after yesterday.
Yeah.
It's the only police officer ending that I think I've ever seen where the courtroom wasn't full of police officers.
Yeah.
I know. For sure.
They all know what's up. They all know this is messed up.
We are really not that weird about the snow. I'm starting to think perhaps Lolly has a snow phobia or something. I'm just starting to believe that people in Massachusetts don't know. Maybe you're from Texas in reality.
I mean, it's what they need for all of this, because they want his body to be covered so that when everybody left that night, they wouldn't have saw him. So that's why they're pushing this snow thing so bad.
Yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Otherwise, yeah, you're like, how did you not see him?
But your third witness destroyed that, saying there was a light dusting on John.
I know that it's because it's not true. They're lying. So
Lally's just got to keep telling everybody that it was a big blizzard and the snow was terrible. And that's the reason that all 17 people in that house didn't see the body laying there. Otherwise,
and that's why I'm thinking, because he clearly coached all his witnesses. He has to do that because that's really stupid. If they go up there and say, no, that was a light dusting, and we saw the cars that was out driving that night, and we saw John's car that had been standing in the driveway through the worst snowstorm since the day after tomorrow, and there was not that much snow on it.
The day after tomorrow.
Yeah, the snowman did it. Exactly, Sebastian.
It was Jack Frost.
Yeah.
It's Jack Frost with the candlestick in the library, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, my Google history from yesterday, I tried to figure out how fast you lose body heat. And you can't do that because apparently the only research really on that is made from friends of a certain Austin painter. So
the Russians, wasn't it?
Well, I have a hard time believing that if you... Oh, wait.
The Japanese. The Japanese were doing all those weird cold experiments. Really?
Yeah, they did it to the people who they sent away so they could concentrate real hard.
Yeah.
Something came up yesterday that I thought was funny because I was checking out another stream and I heard something that I didn't hear before. Now they're saying that the time he was hit was at 12:45.
Yeah,
that's what Lally said. Isn't her phone evidence that she was back at John's at 12:41?
Exactly, and that's why when they really want to have her delete the ring videos, if your timeline doesn't match up, would it be? Wouldn't you be more interested in having videos go bye? Hey, Rolling Stone.
Yeah. So I just thought that was wow. I was like, because I went back to try to hear, because I wanted to hear. It was his opening statement was so word salady that I was just like, I want to hear what he said again. And I caught that. Okay, now they're doing the 60 back reverse, just bumping him and knocking him over, and he hit his head on the ground.
Yeah.
And also they said 12:45. And I was like, okay, so now we're moving the timeline up, which with her, I thought the evidence on her phone was 12:45.
We're pushing the timeline 15 minutes. Well, for 11 minutes, because she hit him around 12:30, 12:35 is what was believed, because then she could be at the residence. And they have that pesky little clip going past the temple, and I can't remember the time when she passes the temple. But if that's after 12:45,
the library,
before 12:45.
Yeah.
But we can't see that video clip because there's those magic 4 minutes missing.
Weird how that works.
Yeah. So, well, I can't wait to see how they play that out, because if that's the case.
We have heard nothing about the toxicology on him. Probably not.
I don't know why they would. They knew he was drunk, right? That wasn't.
That's not contested.
Right.
So, yeah.
Although that was one of my first suspicions, was that he walked into that house and there was a lot more party favors happening in that house than he anticipated. And I think that likely could have been a reason that this whole thing popped off. Walked into a house full of cops and see a plate full of white powdery substance on the table. What the hell is going on here?
Right.
But that's complete speculation on my part.
Well, I mean,
Just remembering, yes, alcohol can affect your body temperature. It affects your body's ability to maintain its core temperature.
Yeah, and it would decrease the signals from your brain that you should start shivering to heat up your body. Yeah. So I just want to say that to me, I don't need someone bumping him on the head with a baseball bat. He could just as well have gotten into an altercation with the dog because he stepped on its tail, fell over, cracked his head on a table. You've seen that happen before in bars. People get way more injured from a stupid bump than anything. And walks outside, falls over and falls asleep, because that's what a lot of people do when they die of hypothermia. So it doesn't have to be. That's why I say we don't need someone else holding a baseball bat. We just need to say she's accused of doing this with a 6,000-pound instrument of death that left absolutely no markings on him.
I managed to only hit him in the face and elbow somehow.
Well, managed to hit him at 24 miles an hour to knock him back without injuring any part of his body. And the only injury was that he smashed his head on the ground. That is pretty unbelievable to me. So.
Yeah, and again, a baker survived the freezing water when Titanic sank, possibly due to being drunk. Well, then he's lucky because I don't know. Did you have bad weather education when you were in the military?
Yeah, but I was in Hawaii, so mostly it was hot weather training. I didn't
we had
cold weather. Yeah, that heat stroke will get you though, guys. That's serious stuff.
Oh yeah.
I can just remember they had a movie called Cold Can Kill, and that was like this sound every time they showed it to us. And I believe they said because we would some of us would go and sail near Greenland, and that's I believe they said 2 minutes and then you're unconscious. So, yeah, it doesn't take that long, and especially if you have a skull fracture and you're unconscious, it goes real fast.
I
Mhm.
believe
It wasn't in a driveway. It was on a road.
I believe the Titanic, when the Titanic sank, it took something like a half hour for people to start sinking, if that makes sense. Something about like a half hour, then they started coming down. What's the day? Got hit out of the pit. What can't be said. Well, thanks for listening, Stephen. Today's your last day of law school because you quit or because you're graduating? There's a
Body heat
difference,
was
Ariel.
quicker. Stringent dilation of capillaries. Yeah. And again, if you have a skull fracture, it's your brain that controls all those impulses. So maybe because the way that your body will tell you you're getting hypothermic is you start to shiver a lot. And when you stop
Mhm.
shivering, that's when it gets real dangerous, because that's when the body says, nah, it's fine. I'm just going to die.
Yeah. We're just going to take a little nap.
Yeah.
Do you know they find a lot of people when they're hypothermic, when they die from hypothermia, they find them naked?
Yeah,
Because
because they
in
get
the last
heated.
couple stages, you feel hot instead of cold. So you like start stripping your clothes off, and they find a lot of
Aw.
hypothermic people naked. By that
The
point,
worst way to
you're not.
go.
Well, maybe, I don't know. You just kind of take a nap, I guess. Right?
Mhm.
I could think of a lot worse ways to go, Jamie. If I'm being
Really?
real. Oh yeah. Oh
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
like being
you
that
just fall
cold.
asleep.
Yeah.
No,
You just
you're not that cold. When
Really?
you die,
yeah.
Oh.
it's the same as carbon monoxide. It's real good. You
You just
just fall
kind of
asleep.
just go to
All
sleep.
right. Well, then.
Yeah. Don't do it, Jamie. Don't walk through the light.
Stay out of the walk-in freezers, Jamie.
Well, I need it half the time. I'm so hot all the time, but
Yeah, you are.
oh my God,
Giggity.
Jesus Christ.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
I love that clip.
Yeah. I'm so happy. I had to install an equalizer so I can play it again.
What happened to the old one?
Well, I took it off because it keeps messing up my microphones, but I think it's because I need a new microphone. There's such a bad connection in the wire on this one. Like the Diato Pass incident.
Dyatlov Pass.
I don't know. Do I know that?
That was the one, if I'm not mistaken, where a bunch of hikers, it was in Europe or Russia or something. They went and they were doing this hike, and then they never made it back. They found like their tents, and they found bodies just kind of running away from the tents, laying in the snow, if I remember correctly.
Hmm.
Hey, Danielle. Good morning.
Hi, Danielle.
That's from South Park, or South Park, Family Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Quagmire from Family Guy.
It was in Russia. Yeah, and you hear it a lot. Technically, everyone dying on Mount Everest is from hypothermia, or is it from lack of oxygen? I can't remember.
I think it's a combination.
This is alive, but why is nothing happening? I'm just going to see
Quit
if.
wasting half our day already, lady.
Yeah, it's only a half day, but I was wondering, did I forget to go live? But no.
Astral Nomad, that's horrible, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I will say that. Go ahead.
I had a school buddy who did the good old, the dad wants custody. well, let's just go to sleep and light up one of those, easy to use barbecues in the living room. Yeah, I really hope that she felt all the pain in the world.
Yeah. My so the carbon monoxide poisoning, my younger brother was working on a farm one time and he was shoveling out a pig stall with it. Well, it was using a tractor, but he was scraping out a pig stall and he actually got carbon monoxide poisoning from that. And he like passed out for a little while. It was really close.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
We you hear that a lot in people who has to go down and clean out septic tanks and stuff like that because gas gets trapped down there. So and they just pass out real fast because there's no oxygen. Even if you have the lid off, it's just weighed down. So and California man got trapped inside a tuna fish cannery oven and got
Mr. Meat Hook, you watch Mr. Ballin, don't you? Because I watch all of Mr. Ballin stuff too, and he's awesome.
That would be a horrible way to go.
Oh, wouldn't it?
Oh. An oven?
Yeah.
A steamer with just
Oh,
flesh
God.
steamed.
Just ugh.
Nope.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Volpe, if you like the strange, dark, and mysterious told in story format, yes, Mr. Ballin. Mr. Ballin Baker, if you don't know who he is I can't remember his first name now. David, I think. B. Allen. He was a U.S. Navy SEAL. They got messed up overseas, and now he's a YouTuber. He had a frag grenade explode like 5 feet away from him.
Did he go real low so it blew over him, or
I guess he made it out. They carried him out. John, there you go. Thank you, Lynn. His name is John. John B. Allen.
That's that would be imagine seeing it clunk down next to you. Just this is bad.
He said they got into a firefight like over a wall from a bunch of dudes, and they just lobbed a grenade over the top of the wall. And he said he saw it, and he was like, "Oh no." Yeah, and that was the last thing he remembered.
Yeah, and people are thinking, well, if I get low enough, so because it's a cone shape, nope, the shock will really do fun things to your internal organs.
I promise you, explosions do not do fun things to any of your body. I promise you that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I know cool guys look at explosions, but no, they don't. I love that in the other guys. It really hurts. On movies, they like make it look so easy, but it really, really hurts. Yeah. It's we had a guy when we had hand grenade training. We called him Hypo because everything was wrong with him. And first of all, he couldn't pull the split because he couldn't figure out to twist and pull. Well,
not a guy I want on my fire team.
We were musicians. We didn't really. I don't know why we were close defense troops, but we were. Then our instructor just grabbed his hand and said, "Now it's live."
Oh my God!
So, you better chuck it at that pole. And they chucked it, and we were behind the cover wall, and we could just hear, "What the f it, bro? You came around."
Trying to watch it.
Yeah, he was standing there crying because I don't know why he yelled at me. I just wanted to see what happened.
You were about to die. That's why he yelled at you.
He made him go and pull splinters out of the wall with a plier after to show him what could have happened to him.
Good Lord.
It's not a fun thing. What the F is good? 20 minutes late.
That doesn't.
Did they have a snowstorm in Canton today?
I have no idea. Yeah, the explosive thing, like I don't know. You know, when you're kids, you're like, oh yeah, explosions are cool. Let's put this M80 in this pumpkin and make it explode, yada, yada, yada. And as you grow up, you know, your explosions might get a little bigger. Here in the US,
Yeah.
we can get a hold of something called tannerite. What if you shoot a thing of tannerite, it makes a pretty good explosion, right? I want nothing to do with explosions anymore. If you can see an explosion, it has the possibility of ending you because it can throw a little piece of metal straight at your face, right? Like, so if you can see an explosion, it's got the possibility of ending you. And I've always kept that with me. And I'm good. I'm just good now. I'm so good. I don't like them. I don't like them at all.
Yeah, he wanted to see what happened, and we were instructed. You throw and you get back behind the wall, because, as Val just said, a lot of stuff come flying right back at you when you do it.
It's no good.
But do you remember the first time you had to screw in the blasting cap or the detonator into the C4 shell on a hand grenade? Or don't you do that?
Ours came together.
Okay, we had to screw in the little charger.
Yeah. So our training round or our training grenades, you would have the blasting cap and then an empty shell. So you'd have to put the blasting cap in there.
Yeah, we started using those, and when you get used to it, you had to. I think we threw 2 or 3 live ones, and when you're sitting there and screwing those two together, you are. You know, it shouldn't be possible to go wrong, but still, it's not a fun experience.
I remember the first time I ever saw a claymore go off. A claymore, for those that don't know, is it's about this big, right? And it's just an anti-personnel mine. It's got like, I think it's off the top of my head, and these numbers might be wrong. It's something like 3 pounds of C4 and a pound of ball bearings, or vice versa. It's a nasty, nasty piece of equipment. I remember the first time I ever watched one of those go off, I was like, oh no, that's entirely too big. There's no reason that explosion should have been that big. And I'm good. I'm just good. I'm good. Felt that shockwave from like hundreds of meters away. It was like, holy crap.
We had to decommission some old artillery shapes from the second kerfuffle. They were so old. They had, I think, some of it was from 42, and had the good old hammer and sickle on it still, and we had to load it into some armored transports, and then move into some mountains where we could detonate it. And first of all, why are these boxes so nasty? They're really nasty to touch. It's slippery and gooey, and don't think about it. Just chuck it in the back of the van. Okay, let's do that. And then they told us, oh, that's because explosive, they start to sweat and makes them a little bit unstable. You shouldn't think about that. We weren't told we were blasting phosphor grenades. So there was a massive hole inside a forest where we just chucked. I think we put 4 tons or something of phosphor grenades, and just Americans have these nice strips of C4, where you can just roll them out. So we just layered all of it, and then a heck of a ton of earth and explosions on top to hopefully push it down when it was the phosphor. We had a guard post on top to make sure no one could ride down the road, because that's a little dangerous.
A little bit.
When we drove back,
a little bit.
There was a half a shell lying in water, and it just boiled.
So white phosphorus, if you guys don't know what phosphorus does, once it starts, it burns at an extremely high temperature, and you can't extinguish it. You can't put it underwater. It just keeps burning until there's nothing left. There's a scene in, I think, Saving Private Ryan, where a guy gets white phosphorus on him, and the guy, to save him, pulls out his bayonet and removes it from the guy's face because it just won't stop burning.
Yeah. You have to cut it off. You can't well, there's some chemicals you can put on, but the burns from that is worse than from the phosphorus.
Yeah, I don't want no part of it. I don't want no part of any of it.
It was just, but riding down the road and we saw this cloud of smoke. Well, see ya. I'm not going down there picking that up.
No.
Yeah, sorry for the spoilers for Saving Private Ryan, a 25-year-old movie.
If you're mad at me for spoiling Saving Private Ryan, just go home. I'm done. Go home.
Yeah, I can tell you on the bright side, Mickey Mouse is mentioned in it.
What? Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, Mickey Mouse, Yankee. Yay!
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
That's
it
why
was.
you don't let them walk.
Mm.
So no, I'm
It's such a good movie, man. Such a good movie.
well. I think the hiking part, some of it gets a little bit boring, but the opening scene is amazing. I think overall, watching if you want to know how it was to be a soldier, watching Band of Brothers is a way better experience.
Band of Brothers is also an amazing, amazing film. I know it's like a 13-part miniseries or whatever, but it's just one giant, amazing
Yeah, it's
film.
one long movie.
Ooh,
Audio.
we got something happening. Let's see how red Lally is.
Have you ever watched that Pacific one?
I think I have it, but I don't know that I've watched it. Or I have the Vietnam one. I don't know.
What are they doing with their papers?
Totally Bev.
That doesn't. I think they tried too much to show how the mental impact of war is, and that just doesn't lend to a good story.
All parties have engaged in for the honorable course of justice. Resolution known. Now sitting in the General Superior Court within Fuller County of Norfolk. Drawn near to give your attendance, you shall be heard. I'll say the Commonwealth to the court.
I bet his name's Pat.
Good morning.
Oh,
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22117.
Okay. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I appreciate everybody's commute today. Took everyone, I'm sure, a lot longer than we all anticipated. But we thank you for being so prompt. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone yesterday?
You're gonna do it and not even
Yes,
be in
no,
my chat, Dave? I see how it
Were you
is.
also able
I
to
see how
follow
it
the
is.
instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Could we have Officer Sharaf, please?
I really need to work on that mic. Oh, I'm gonna grab something to drink because I was a little late today, like Jamie.
This way.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor. So in mind, you're still under oath.
Cheer. Yes, sure. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Sharaf. Good morning. Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
Let's go, Alan Jackson.
Did you discuss your testimony?
Make it hot
with
on the
any
Chattahoochee.
between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to
Country
the
music?
courtroom?
No.
Reference? No.
Officer Sharaf, I want to ask you a question about, or a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
Okay.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recording,
Yes.
and it's supposed to be accurate.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Oh, okay, so that's the dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the three officers that was called to the scene.
Yes.
Look how much
And
that
that
piece
looks
of
like the
paper is
dispatch log
shaking.
for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
It's like trying to read with Parkinson's.
So may I publish
No.
this as we
He's nervous.
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. I'm gonna, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
This is not an eye contest.
That I would not.
Eye exam, I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has, this dispatch log shows that you and then Officer Meany and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It actually has Officer Meany arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29 it says. Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Meany arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch.
Yeah.
And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And then Officer Meany actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Meany not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's
and
correct.
then he arrived.
Sure,
So that's 2 things that are wrong about just that, correct?
sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Yeah? No,
You've never seen the dispatch log?
No.
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
no, I didn't.
All right. But without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise? Yeah.
Not in order, no, it's not. Not in order, no.
Other than
Wrong
the
address.
order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your
The
mind?
wrong address.
Can you rephrase,
Sure.
say it one more time?
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mhm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand
Address.
column where it's highlighted in green.
Address
What's that
is wrong,
address?
isn't it?
Highlighting green?
On the screen, it's
Oh, I'm
highlighted.
sorry. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my,
I don't have the document.
that's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
This is the guy we ended on yesterday, and it's cross-examination. She ended it after the cross-examination, and the right address would have been 34 Fairview. And higher crime, thank you so much for the 5 corner kisses for the new mic fund.
No,
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road,
that's correct. Yep,
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty, is that right?
sure, yep.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
So that whole
So that's,
paper is.
that's 4 mistakes. It happens.
In the
Fix
first
papers and all.
20
I mean,
seconds.
mistakes happen, but
Testified
that's
at
kind of a
grand
big
jury
deal.
In April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't.
That
recall.
siren's got to be
Probably
Jamie,
not
right?
What I said.
Too close to Detroit.
Grand jury testimony.
I'm closer to Flint than Detroit.
Yes.
That's not helping your case.
Thank you.
Officer Sharaf, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually arrived?
It says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview Road.
Yes,
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it?
yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Nobody knows what's going on. Look at them.
If the dispatch paperwork
Have you
isn't
reviewed
even
any
right, what
other
makes anybody think that anything in this entire
Officers'
investigation is going to be
reports
correct?
that relate
I know.
All
to
genitals. genitals.
your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to.
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No,
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
no,
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where
Looks
you
like it.
responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No, no.
All those were just mistakes,
Yes,
over and over and over.
yes.
So you're just stupid.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes,
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
it looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm not asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no
No,
question.
no, you can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What?
Did you also see Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing
What about
arches.
the third woman, Jennifer
Traveling
McCabe?
fool. What's up, brother?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did
I don't-
you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes,
Marissa, I don't think she actually said an objection. I think she just said he can't ask that.
No, he said,
Isn't it true that Jennifer
he said
McCabe
objection. Is he asking? a
pulled you
question?
aside while
There you
my
go.
client
You're right.
and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation?
Yes,
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you
For brief seconds, I would say.
for brief seconds.
Yes,
You saw the dash cam video. Those several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you. Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking about.
Right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct. Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
What's
Did she ever offer the
the
fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
what's the female's name that is with Lally?
I can't remember, but it's his second chair. She's been there most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
She's
a little
been-
weird not mentioning that your sister lives in that house.
I know.
Wow.
I'd be freaking out.
Yeah.
If it was my sister.
We don't want to tell people that. We want to just make that hush hush and go away. We don't want people to know that. Come on now.
Oh.
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Why? Yeah.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
I don't
You agree
know.
with me, Officer Sharaf, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're
Good
trained
morning.
to write those reports and memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now. As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, somewhat important, you need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation, where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
What did it say?
Just the mistakes in its report.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm
20
hoping
bucks
there
says
appears
it's going to be
be a
perfect.
document,
Not
that
a
is
single
entitled
mistake
an
on it.
incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
I guess I know who's buying me the first round, Ted.
Take a look at the tab page
Mhm.
and tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is, do
Oh,
you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of,
So that would be January 29th,
that's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes,
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
yes,
You were trying to be as accurate as possible,
yes,
as comprehensive as possible,
yes,
and as thorough as possible.
yes.
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
That's correct.
Fair approach.
Yes.
That's because they want to have her saying, "I killed him. He is dead. He is dead."
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No,
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
that's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And it was, is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you
moderators.
possibly could in that moment
Yes.
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced, what you observed, and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was, but
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the report.
sure.
Hey, Welsh lady.
Yes.
Hey, Welsh lady.
Welcome, all moderators. We are on the second day in the Karen Reed trial.
Day
We
2.
just started cross-examine. Second day. So
I
that,
said 2.
well, day 2 of the Karen Reed trial. We are on cross on the first responding officer. So far, the dispatch log had 4 mistakes in it. He gave the wrong address for the grand jury, and now yesterday he stated that Karen Reed was asking, "Did I kill him?" And in his report he wrote, "Is she dead?" So
That's a different phrase entirely.
I know.
it kind of paints a different picture. Yes.
It definitely has a different meaning. Words matter, y'all.
Mhm.
Take a look at that report that's
Thank
dated
you,
March
Marcia.
15, but reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Not yet.
But I love they
Looks like
just have the
his
paperwork. Boom,
Okay,
boom,
so that's
boom.
that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted? Is
I
that-
highlighted it for you, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Thank you, Lauren, for becoming a member.
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
Lauren.
No.
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
Look at how much that paper
You told
is
Trooper
shaking.
Proctor that you
How long has he
quote,
been a cop?
hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the
Didn't he say 22 years?
This dude has testified more times than I have been in a courthouse by far, and he is this nervous.
Either he's
Getting called
he got
out left
sick.
and right.
he got the shakes from his diabetes, or
Oh my God.
he's really bad.
He knows that this is
treated the victim.
messed up. He knows that
Officer
this
Sharaf
is
and seen Karen
should've
inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
it was intentional.
So the
It's
only
not, it's
statement
not
you
a,
attributed to
oh,
my
we
client
got caught
the
slacking.
day after.
It's,
this
oh,
incident
we got
was-
caught
Those 3
lying.
words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
That wasn't really. What was that? Is it because Proctor? Hey, Helen from Holland.
Hi, Helen. I'm starting to wonder if Proctor.
In the 2 times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only 3 words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
And she wasn't saying that calmly.
That was
Like you used the
funny.
word, she was severely distraught. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that
That was good,
on your
Peter.
dash cam. She was emotional,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
focused on John,
Yes.
trying to save his life,
Yes.
and asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and
Good
over
morning.
and over, correct?
Correct.
That was a great way to do that. What did she say? Is he dead? Over.
Then you were asked to
Good morning.
testify in April
Yeah.
of 2022, April 14th of 2022, at a state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Oh, did he
In
change?
fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
Between the time you wrote the report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
No.
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
No. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022, at grand jury.
Don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not. I don't recall meeting with him
Oh,
for that.
it's
No.
really
One
great
time
to go.
I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony.
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect
Hey,
with
Brandon.
him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury.
I don't recall.
When you did testify in that grand jury,
Good morning, D. Robertson.
Oh, he changed the story. Oh, yes, he did.
you changed your story.
Everybody has.
No.
Ooh, he changed the story.
You believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
I see. Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Is it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know.
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
No,
No.
usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes.
Memories get foggy, they fade.
Yes.
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury in April of 2022?
You can
The
mute
whole
one of
thing?
them on
No,
Brown's.
sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client,
Yes.
what was your exact testimony in April
Oh,
of
wow.
2022?
I'd have to look at my.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
Sure.
grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Look at page 18. Let me know once you remember it, once you review that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Come on, let's hear how you
In
changed the
fact-
story.
On April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just
Damn.
basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So which of the times did you lie in your report?
All of them.
In front of the grand jury or?
So in April of
Keep adding.
2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that,
That's
correct?
correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight?
Of course it
Yes,
was.
sir.
That a woman whom you made contact with standing over the body of a fallen police officer
By the time this is
said
done,
to you,
they're
this
going to
is my
make these
fault.
guys admit to so many mistakes. They're not even going to be sure like what they had for breakfast this morning.
Yeah.
Right? They're
They-
going to
they
have
had-
these guys. Oh,
They had a hearing yesterday about an audit at the Canton police because they voted for that some time ago. Apparently, it was quite a showdown. But this is your police, and you pay taxes still. Yeah, it's an oversight. No,
Just
it's
an
a
oversight.
totally different story than what was told. Imagine if the grand jury had didn't have heard that, would they have brought charges? Probably, but maybe not.
Well,
Just missed
that'd
that
be a
one.
different story.
Yes?
Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
oh.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday. And your statement changed again, right?
I don't,
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
I don't, word for word.
You
Well, I
should
wrote
be
it down. Let's see
testifying
if
to
this
the
helps.
same thing over and over and over again.
Yesterday, you
Right.
said, that my client said,
When you tell the
Quote,
truth, it's easy to
it's
remember.
all my fault.
Yeah.
I did this, end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury,
Oh,
and you
weird.
didn't say that to Trooper Proctor,
No, sir.
and you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
But now you remember.
Was that an oversight?
Now, 2 years later, though, it's fresh on his
If you were to
mind.
testify in another 2 or 3 weeks,
Fucking dumb.
think her statement would just keep evolving.
Objection.
Oh, that's a great one.
Burn.
Yeah. So you can just keep lying.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed
again.
actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, what happened?
The one
Yes.
speaking
That would
right
be a
now is
natural
Alan
question.
Jackson,
Yep.
Right? You
not
assess the
Yannetti,
scene,
by the
and
way.
assess the situation.
Absolutely.
And you
Yannetti
want to
is
listen
also
closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what you said.
She said, quote, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation. They
Absolutely.
certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26.
I made a Chattahoochee joke earlier, but nobody got it.
Had it.
So sad.
Nobody got it. Oh.
Nobody got it. It gets hotter than a hoochie
This is
coochie.
about the 3:50 runtime. I'm not looking at the actual I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the runtime, which is down at the bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you could put this up. Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates.
Where's the blizzard-like conditions?
Pause it.
You know.
That's why I said all day yesterday, people in Massachusetts are weaklings. If this is a blizzard, this is June where Jamie lives.
Right.
Pretty much.
Officer Sharaf, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Sharaf, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds to what she says. Go ahead.
It did
Very,
sound like I
very
left
hard
him.
to
He never
hear.
came
Have you
home.
listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay.
To me, it sounded like it.
Let's replay it one more time. Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under.
I'm hearing what you're saying.
Sorry, I was asking Officer Sharaf, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, for a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says. Sure. Stop.
To me, it sounds like I can't hear boyfriend, but I can hear never came home. And this is like Yancy Yonsey. If I tell you what you hear, you will hear it. So it's really smart of Adam Jackson. And thank you, Zach, so much for Canton, where oversight flows like wine, where corrupt cops instantly flock like salmon of the Capistrano, and Pinkin for not saying it's true here, but some cameras suck picking up snow. It does. It's really, really bad. And Zach, no one laughed at me at Chachachuki joke yesterday either. Well, my condolence for you and your pizza.
Wait, read that again.
No one laughed at my Chachachuchi joke yesterday either. Well,
Chattahoochee. Chattahoochee. It's a river in Georgia.
I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't.
Thank you,
understand
Zach.
what he was saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No,
You want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it.
no.
He says
Turn the lights on, please.
how can you say no? Why did this?
Now,
because she's an asshole. I mean, you know,
if my client had said,
he's
My
not going to
boyfriend,
hear it.
I
He's never
left
going to
him.
hear it anyway.
and he never came home,
No.
would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Why? What?
Let's move to another area of the dash cam video. I want to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
If she tells them that they can't do what they're doing because it's wasting time, then
Yeah.
then what was Lally doing yesterday?
Watch your mouth, Jamie.
Sorry. A-hole. A-hole.
This is a good Christian channel and Valhalla's.
Do you
Yeah,
recognize
Jamie.
your dash cam video being
Whatever,
on the
you
left of the
Chano
screen?
Vici.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No,
You've never seen it?
no.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are two different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, you see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles,
Yes.
but basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it.
Got a big
Is that Carrie Roberts? To your memory?
I don't know.
Okay. There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
She
Yes.
breathing heavy in
Okay.
the mic.
I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background, there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop track. And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Pause.
She goes over there.
Do you see a person standing in front of the car?
It appears to be a person. Yes.
Walking from right to left?
Appears to be.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also,
No police officers
wouldn't
entered
mind
the house that morning.
switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house. Okay, stop. Did you see that?
They're at the front door, it looks
I
like.
didn't see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes. I saw the
Okay.
shadow. Yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a
Oh.
person going into the house?
It was a person. Yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my own.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene, we can go ahead and raise the lights, thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed
never
to go
heard
into
that
a
before.
house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you
Doesn't
think it's
change the fact
appropriate
that it
for a
happened.
witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I
How
don't know.
dare you, sir? How
Officer
dare
Sharaf, when
you?
you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you'd want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
Been a cop
You
for
wouldn't want
20 years. He has
just
no answer
holding
of whether
together
or
and
not
getting
that's
the
an
story straight,
appropriate
right?
thing.
Correct.
Get the
You
fuck
want
out
to
of
avoid
here.
that at all costs, right?
Oh.
Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
Yet there was a woman, there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No.
Of course not.
Of course not.
Oh, now he's got an answer. First, he didn't have an answer. Now he can say without a doubt that it's
We've
inappropriate.
talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that. No.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
Yes.
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints,
Yes.
and you even noticed some lack of footprints.
That's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body
Yes.
and the area adjacent to the body.
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
Yes.
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
You never saw or otherwise observed.
They drove in Robert's car to the place.
Yeah.
Located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No.
45?
You never located or otherwise
Wow.
observed
Thought it was, I didn't know it was that much.
John O'Keefe's missing shoe
No.
or any other clothing of his.
I didn't. No.
Officer Sharaf, did you ever think to look inside the house
No.
for that missing shoe?
No.
That never crossed your mind?
No.
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
No.
You
Why
didn't
not?
think that would have been an appropriate
Why?
protocol
No.
for you or anybody else?
No.
All of them.
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
Nope.
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This isn't going as well as it could do for the state.
I want to see if Lally tries to rehabilitate him.
Nope. He needs to call all the cops just to show we have a lot of witnesses. We don't have a lot of
Thank you.
facts.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hear Lally.
Yeah.
Can you save this one, Lally?
Morning, sir.
Morning.
You were asking questions, you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk and, usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FT, police, whatever resources they need. And basically then type in what the call is and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asking questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022, in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
And you also testified yesterday along
I
the same
forgot
lines,
to tell
correct?
everybody else.
Yeah.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No,
Did you know Karen Reed?
no,
Did you know John O'Keefe?
no,
Did you know Jennifer McCabe?
no.
Based
Doesn't
on
have
what
to do
you've
with
seen as
anything.
far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate between Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No,
No.
but they're going to ask Jennifer McCabe if it was her, so
Now,
it
while
doesn't
you were
matter.
on scene,
Yeah.
did you see
Doesn't really
anybody
matter.
from 34 Fairview Road from that address come outside?
No,
Did you
Isn't
see
that weird?
anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
no,
Now, you were asking questions about some
Yeah, but
different
they didn't
addresses
have
on
a
Fairview,
dead
whether
body
they
on
be
their hands,
32 or
so.
35. You know where either 32 or 35?
He was asked if his statements yesterday was accurate as best as he remembered it. He wasn't asked about if it was just to his memory it was correct. He wasn't asked if it was after rereading the reports, would you still say it was accurate?
It's located in relation to 34.
we'll be next to each other in sequential order.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing wrong, thank you.
All
That
right,
was
you're
it?
all
Good
set,
job.
officer. Thank you.
Good job, Lally.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, call to call Officer Stephen Mullaney to the stand.
Okay.
And we're going to go
Lord
through
Pine.
everyone who arrived at the scene, and every one of them will have absolutely nothing to bring to the case,
No.
other than, and they will all of a sudden change their memories before the grand jury. But it will be as accurate as they remember it today.
Yep.
And I love that someone write a massive frame up. It doesn't have to be massive. Just have a few key players telling you what to remember.
Is that Karen Reed's family?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's her father.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more
Chrissy.
comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Stephen Mullaney, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman
How long have you been a patrolman for the Canton?
since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a
It's so stupid.
It's so
unresponsive
stupid.
party.
Now, if I could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with the Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And it's Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
What's going on in
Prior
Canton
to
today?
this, on the 28th, going into the 29th, were you
Why
aware?
don't you hold on a minute for that? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
No, thank you. So on the 28th, going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast or sort of what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
And that's while you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
Well, around 6 a.m.
By the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
Why are they relying on
And
officers to get the
as
amount
you
of
were,
snowfall and whatnot in? Why don't they bring up an actual report of the weather?
Yeah, just get like
so you were at
a
the station when you
report of the
received
weather
dispatch,
that
is
day.
correct?
Like,
Correct. Yes.
I feel like it's easy.
I've seen it
Where
on 20 different tweets the last couple of days.
is, well, about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
A mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road that
Yep.
morning?
I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
And so Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham.
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Sharaf.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Sharaf had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Sharaf, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
You recall seeing Officer Sharaf during your en route time, sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the
Do you
station,
see how much calmer this guy is?
what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions?
He's only been a cop for what, 2
Visibility
years, 3
was
years?
difficult. I don't.
But he hasn't. The other guy was also calm yesterday, and I bet this guy, when in 45 hours, when we're done talking about the participation level on that day, will also start shaking.
Precipitation.
Precipitation. That's what I said.
Yes, sir.
Exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
You recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived?
3 minutes, approximately.
His English is way better than my Danish.
What, if anything,
I'll
is
tell you that much.
the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Sharaf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same
talk
time.
fast. I'll put it down to normal again.
And so,
think Lally is
beyond yourself and Officer Sarah from Canton Police, were there other sort of town assets that were dispatched to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from the same from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrive there, you see Officer Sharaf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John O'Keefe?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the at the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving, you're pulling up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did
I had to get, I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground.
And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Sharaf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw Officer Sharaf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, yes.
Because
Now,
people were standing
this
around
particular
him,
area
but because he
where
was covered in
you
snow.
saw Officer Sharaf standing up and Officer O'Keefe, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Keefe, or Officer O'Keefe on the ground. What, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Sharaf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep, Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Yeah, Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Ms. Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes, Ms. Reed.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McCabe?
No.
With Carrie Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations.
Yes, you missed every report is wrong, and the first responding officer changed his statement 2 times.
At least.
At least. And there is now a video proof that someone from the scene walked up to the house that morning. We never heard about that before. I didn't, at least.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah.
haven't heard that either.
So bombshells again today.
Where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
The fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that the where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, as was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. Oh, I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximate it was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground
Right.
that you observed that time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on
wasn't he like
any
20
part of
plus
Mr.
feet
O'Keefe's body,
yesterday?
when you first saw him?
Yeah.
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if
There was really no snow.
it was
Oh, what
like
did it
water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
What?
Water frozen
And
to his
did you
face.
make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest?
He was
of his
80
body?
degrees up.
I don't
Water
recall
wouldn't
really
have
any
frozen
other
on his
observations.
face.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall what, if any, snow was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
And you assist the fire department getting him onto a backboard, correct?
Yes,
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
to the ambulance.
Did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds
Drive
that
safe.
had been underneath Mr. O'Keefe and where he was?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No. No.
Do you recall even looking sort of in that area?
No, I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you did?
Officer Sharaf, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Miss McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Ms. Rose?
Miss McCabe's the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?
When you say screaming in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And
She was screaming
as far
quietly, you
as,
idiot.
Would you say it was
that
loud
sort of
enough that it should
phraseology
have drawn the
as far as
attention of the
dead,
homeowners?
How many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
At this moment, I expect them to bring in an audio expert to tell us that Alberts couldn't have heard it because he had his blinds down. That's why he didn't hear a woman screaming in his front yard with the
And
disco
as
light
far
and the police
as-
cars going off.
Yeah,
If you know,
he
about
had
how
the
long was the ambulance
blackout
on scene
curtains
before it
and the
left to go to
soundproof
hospital?
blinds. Mm.
10 minutes approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about being defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what, if any, conversations did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
As she
Now,
should
at
be.
some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars. Just stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Canton Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Miss Roberts to have Miss Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Sharaf, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Link at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Sharaf arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Link shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest and the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I'd say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that day?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. You indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that from a weather perspective? What
If you
was
call
the
court and
temperature out
make
at
Lally
that
say,
time?
what if
it was very
anything,
cold.
I
It's
will
cold.
fill you in.
Could you, or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant
blowing
wind,
wind.
gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that
It's
entire
me.
period?
Sorry, Whiskey.
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
You didn't observe his cell phone lying under his body?
Yeah.
I don't think they told this guy what he's supposed to say.
No, I think he's like just attesting to what he saw.
If I had to guess, I would say that this guy's not in on the cover up.
No, I think he's just doing his thing.
Now, again, you
Yeah.
said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
A different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as
He doesn't sound like he's lying at all.
Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point?
Bullshit. He said he put him on the stretcher.
No, not that I recall.
He said that he helped
And
the fire department put him on the backboard. So how could he have done that without coming into contact with John O'Keefe's body?
And he didn't notice his face was covered in color, as they call it in wrestling.
Sir,
He
I'm
didn't
gonna,
see anything. Both his black
Direct your
eyes.
attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up.
Yes, you missed that we now have video evidence. Someone who were with Karen Reed walked up to the house while the police were there. They didn't cordon it off and make sure no one walked to the house. So I think that's kind of a bombshell, and all the police reports are wrong.
So, Officer Meany, I'm directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. And if I could ask for exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry. Exhibit number 9. That's my fault. And Austin, the way directing your attention to what's up on the screen has been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's 34 Fairview.
And that's how it's depicted in that photograph. Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2020?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, Officer Meany, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's 34 Fairview.
That's sort of a different view, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residence, the right of the residence, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
Close to 300.
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
No.
And may I approach
100,000.
Yes.
If people are nice enough to show up through this, I might get there. I think I'm at 91,000 hours.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first.
Right in this area.
Thanks. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And officer, you can.
I don't know if they don't say Officer O'Keefe to not prejudice the jury or something. That's the way, because he slipped up in his
I have no further questions for this witness.
Right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron.
Let's go, Yannetti.
What can he really touch other than that 80 degrees hot body got ice on the face?
Well,
Good morning, officer.
you didn't see the black eyes. You didn't see the blood all over his
You
face.
and I
you
have never met before,
didn't see
correct?
any injuries.
We've never spoken about this case.
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, it's full time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right. So you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was given CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene when she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. Can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her,
6 inches.
was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that. No.
You didn't
How do you
notice
not
that she
notice
had
two
blood
separate
in her hair?
people with blood
I
on
did
their
not
face?
notice.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
Stevie Wonder.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe. Was there not?
You B word.
I know.
Why?
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And
Oh.
you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why?
I'll allow it, but let's
Why?
move on.
Why?
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating two phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's quite a bit, more than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And each time she said, is he dead? What was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, is that my boyfriend? What was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Sharaf, correct?
Correct.
It was repetitive.
During the time, let me strike that. During the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, I did it, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, it's my fault, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
I did not.
Weird.
If you had
Shocking
heard
almost.
any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you are drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn, were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15
Okay, so maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
45 minutes?
Not too big. It was
And the report says that they all arrived within 7 seconds?
handheld.
No, that was the first
Who
responders.
used the leaf blower?
The first
Lieutenant
three
Gallagher.
officers at the scene.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Link and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front
He
lawn.
didn't really
correct?
note a whole lot.
No.
He was just there.
At any point in
Lights
time,
blaring,
either
lights going off.
before or after the leaf blower
He was just
taken
cold.
out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
A reflective red plastic specifically.
Yeah.
With all your lights going off, nothing reflected back to you.
In the white snow. No big deal. No big
Now,
deal.
when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
He didn't even know it was a cop's house?
No.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
No one knew anyone in this case. No one knew anything. It's
You
just
testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And
How many pieces
at
of,
no point in time did
of
you
taillight did they
ever
find?
hear
45.
Karen
47?
Reed
45.
ask Jennifer McCabe?
45 pieces of glass over the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But none of the first responders saw any tail light at the scene because that's how it works. Valhalla. Glass moves
Apparently.
upwards.
All right, I'm not doing the full 45, but for a visual representation, here's 25 pieces of red taillight on white snow.
I was wondering what you're doing over there with your loud freaking
Here's only
marker.
25.
Yeah, I couldn't see that in the worst blizzard ever in history.
Yeah.
Pretty easy to see, y'all.
Yeah, especially because that isn't even reflective, and they had lights blaring because it was night. He even turned the searchlight over there when he arrived, the first officer, and not one single little speck of red reflective glass
Nothing.
winked back at him. Which, if I'm not wrong, tail lights are supposed to show you where the car is parked when it's dark, so it's highly reflective.
That's kind of the whole point.
It's just, but maybe cars in the US are different than in Europe.
Yeah, they're not that different.
To Google anything.
No.
You guys are
They're
like
just bigger.
backwards.
I'm at the
Yeah.
moment now.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Officer Meany. been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And
Yeah, that would be incredible.
of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who
They
is
were
injured,
able to find
deceased, do
6
they all react
drops
the
of
same?
blood total.
No.
Yeah.
Every
6
single
drops.
one of them
45 pieces.
screaming and yelling different things.
And they found all 6 drops
There
of
are actually
blood.
3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts's face or hair?
No.
Okay, was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residents in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
Up there.
They did find tail light in his clothes that stayed in Proctor's car for more than a week before it was turned in as evidence.
Yeah, weird how that happened.
Yeah, normal police procedure. Keep evidence. Don't turn it into the evidence locker.
There's something called the chain of custody, y'all. And that's not
Yeah,
how
we don't
it's
use that
supposed
in
to
Canton.
work.
I have nothing further.
Yeah.
One question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, so that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Maybe a little.
All right,
Well-
folks, it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
We're back to live.
Did he specify that he only had one question there? Did I
Yeah.
miss that part? Okay. I was
Yeah,
gonna
he
say,
said
did she just
just
dismiss a
one
witness?
question. Not to be a wise guy, but yeah.
Yeah, I got distracted by the wise guy comment.
You have to be a wise guy.
I started thinking
JJ,
about
so
Robert De Niro.
not only would there have been some in his wounds, but he would have broken bones. Because
There would be particles all over the place in his hair, in his clothes.
yeah, and again,
Well,
They
wasn't that the
claim they
thing? They
found-
found it on his body, like at the hospital?
no, they found it in his clothes, which we know from some photos was just tossed at the hospital. And they just tossed it in a corner when they tried to heat him up. Cut it off like they do and tossed it in a corner.
Yeah.
Then Proctor collects it. I don't even think he puts it in a evidence bag. Has it either in his car or at his office for at least a week, and then magically it has taillight dust in it when it shows up as evidence.
After they magically find taillights over the course of that week in the yard.
Yeah. Stop with the technicalities. Just let them railroad this woman. Accountability is for citizens, not the state. Lick the boot. Exactly, Lefty.
I
As a
refuse.
proud socialist,
Yeah,
I
no.
as an
refuse.
inhabitant in a socialist country, I agree. Oh, our parliament just had a bit of a scandal because the head of the parliament told his employees to look into other members of parliament's emails without any search warrant or anything. And he said, well, that's fine. I can do that. I'm the head of the parliament. And now all the law professors come out and said, no, you really can't do that. It's against the law. It's against the European law. It's against human rights. But it'll be fine. It's good to be socialist. I want to make you cinnamon rolls today. I see the last instruction and letting them rise 30 to 45 minutes. How long do you bake them for? Oh, I think I say it in the video, but if you put them together in a tin like I did, 15 minutes. If you put them solo, I would give 10 minutes. Then you look at them and see how if you like, don't make them into my pizzas that's burnt, but not too light either. Nice golden brown is what I'm trying to say. But if you put them in a tin, start with 15 minutes. In American time, that's banana minutes.
Banana minutes. God.
45. Have we seen pics of them? How big is the tail light? How much tail light was missing from Reed's vehicle? Well, a lot of tail light was missing. I think I can. What's his
I
name?
think it was like the whole
His-
thing.
Yeah, what's the name of the guy Sean down in Florida? I can't remember his YouTube name.
Sean.
Roxy
McDowell.
something.
McDowell. Isn't his YouTube name? Oh goodness, I think
It's Sean El Jefe. It's Leopardo is his name, but
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
apparently this is her car at the police station.
That is the entire tail light.
Yeah.
You mean to tell
And
me
when
that
you
they had an entire tail light on the front lawn and didn't find a single piece for days?
And if anyone goes back and watches the video where she leaves the house, I would say all of this is red.
At least.
And at least this. There could be some crack or something in it, in the middle, in that area. It looks like, but it could be a glare because the cam can't pick up lighting correctly because I think it's a 2.1 megapixel camera in the ring cam. But
yeah.
the rest of the tail light is clearly there when she leaves the house. And again, let's say this is how the car looked. Paul O'Keefe walked past this 3 times and didn't notice it when he was in the driveway of his brother's house. He walked past this abomination and he didn't even turn his head and said, "What?" We saw him walk just straight by. If this was in your brother's driveway and you came up and
if my
wouldn't you turn around and say-
sister-in-law's Lexus was sitting in the driveway with a busted out taillight, you better believe I'm going to comment on it first thing when I walk in the door.
Well, yeah. I'd be
Hey,
like,
what the hell happened to your car, man?
Yeah.
Jason,
Well, even
no,
her dad and brother were there, and they walked over there by there, and then no one said anything.
yeah, and Jay Stone, no, because Lally said he wasn't hit in the head with the car. It was from when he fell backwards.
Anybody
Yeah,
know what year and model that car is?
It was a brand new
21?
2020, 2021.
I thought somebody said 21.
Yeah, but I'm not good at faces.
Yeah, they said she reversed for 24 miles, knocked him over, and
60 feet at 24.2 miles.
yeah, she reversed 24 miles. That's what I was saying.
No, she reversed 60 feet at 24 miles. If she
Yeah, and hit
reversed 24 miles, that's a different thing.
Well, she hit him at 24 miles
Yeah.
and knocked him back, and that's how he got his head injury. That's what they said. That's what he said exactly.
He fell backwards.
But he also had no body injuries whatsoever from being hit by a car. At 24 miles.
Because she hit him hard enough to break his tail light, not enough to leave any broken bones, but hard enough to fling him between 10 and 20 feet into a front yard. She never hit the lawn with the car.
Yeah.
So again, she can break the tail light, but no bones, and he falls backwards, hits his head, and go flying for 10 to 20 feet.
Yeah.
No, it won't hit 24 miles per hour in reverse. Yeah. Well, Jamie has she has a problem with measurements.
I was
She's on
meaning the
that.
miles per hour.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, that's quite a speed run, and it has. We heard it yesterday. It has a 3.46 3.4 V6 engine, and he didn't move when he heard that being gunned because she must have floored it with absolutely no traction. So that's another little bit of a problem.
The taillight on that vehicle looks a little weird anyway.
Yeah.
Like some of that almost looks like it's broken out without it being broken out, just because of the way the white shines on it.
I mean, they say they have a dash cam of pulling up to her car and it's busted out. So we'll see.
Yeah. Somehow I'm not trusting what Lally says he has, because so far we have first two witnesses knew a lot about snow, nothing else. The next witness clearly heard something which he absolutely didn't testify to the first two times, or didn't write down in his reports the first two times. Then he remembered something else for the grand jury, and now he remembered a fourth thing today. And the second cop was at the scene, didn't see anyone, even though he was standing next to him, talking to him for 2 minutes. He didn't really notice anyone. And now we have video evidence of someone, possibly Jen McCabe, walking up to the house.
Likely Jen McCabe.
Yeah. That Lexus would have had a black box in it that would reveal. Yes, and they claim Toyota provided the data that proves what she did. But they have to keep the speed under 24.6 miles per hour because there's an automatic crash collision system in there. So if you go faster than 24.6 miles per hour, the car will try to slow you down. So that's why she has to stay under 24.6 miles per hour. Impossible, yes.
Inconceivable.
It looks like, and I could be mistaken here, it looks like someone put a crowbar in and just yanked it out. And that's why it's slightly broken in the top. They put the crowbar in on the bottom and just yanked it out. 24 miles per hour, because there's some kind of motion in the car they have to explain. I don't know.
Like a governor, basically. A speed limit governor for reverse.
I love that New York prosecutor who I didn't feel like pulling over, but you were speeding. Yeah, I don't care. I have important stuff to do. I'm gonna. You didn't see that one out of New York? She was caught speeding 55 and a 35 or something like that, and she said, "Do you know who I am? I'm the DA, biatch." I can't fast forward. We're live.
Did we get all caught up?
Yeah, we are live. It's well, you can see it's live. So 15 minutes isn't. Again, it's Bev time. It's also kind of all the pieces came out. Usually there is a part remaining sticking in the rubber. Again, yeah, it's a totally clean break, except that little piece on the top right corner on the side of the car, which normally probably wouldn't shatter unless it took him
like at the angle.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of hitting him flat, they took him on an angle. But again, why isn't the tail light housing filled with pieces of glass? Why did it all go flying backwards?
Why did
Wouldn't normally, if you have the impact, some of it would be forced back.
It'd
On
be
that
in the road too.
extremely hard surface that you hit to break the light, but not hard enough to break the bone that it hit.
Which is very impressive.
They were all drinking. Maybe she thought it was in drive and floored it. Or maybe she didn't do it.
There is always that.
She just moved the car up 60 feet, according to the state. She could do that, and the car never went into park. We know that from Ryan Nagel. So why should she move it from drive and into reverse instead of Yeah. Doesn't make sense. Why would she all of a sudden put him in park when she didn't do that before? And we know that from Ryan Nagel. It was never in park as long as he was behind her.
Yeah.
Because the brake light was on the entire time.
I have a big problem with her reversing into him, breaking a taillight, and no injuries on his body whatsoever.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it feels kind of like the Zachariah Anderson case all over again. A magical evidence. That physically impossible route he took to go unalive someone and go back again to be at his house at the exact time, and no camera picked him up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he took another way, which would have taken 30 minutes longer to get there, so it couldn't be done. That was a Christian-friendly DLY chat YouTube, but
Friendly
I just put
chat
it in
YouTube.
DLY.
It's friendly. It's just a typo.
Oh. I don't think Brandon makes typos.
Have
I
you
don't
ever
know how
read
friendly-
Brandon's? He makes more typos than Dave.
Oh, Dave and his talk to text.
His talk to text.
I love it.
Yeah, he blames talk to text, and Brandon blames iPhones. At what point is it Common Core schooling? Pack.
You gotta pack the car.
My phone is screwed. Well, we'll have to talk to someone who can fix your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does.
Valborg's
Expert.
Day. Oh.
It certainly does.
What is Valborg?
That's something all the crazy people in Sweden and Finland celebrates.
What's it celebrating?
Yeah, what is it?
I've never heard of such a thing.
It's the last of April. It's
You
a
gotta
spring
eat rotten
celebration.
fish. If you got to eat rotten
They do
fish,
that
I
all
don't
the
want-
time.
I know.
They have a big bonfire, and it's to say goodbye to the winter, if I remember it right.
So this is a strictly Swedish thing, apparently. Burning of the witches.
Yeah,
Czech-
we
that's
do
Czech
that a lot.
Republic. That's Czech Republic.
No, we burn witches at summer solstice.
That's right. The Swedes named the holiday of
You
Valborg back in the
guys.
Middle Ages, even if the year ended on April 30th. Traditional spring festivity in Sweden. Okay.
No, it's 1st of May. It's the last of April, right? Maybe it's the 1st of May because you're an hour ahead of.
It says 30 April on most of the things I'm seeing.
Yeah, because tomorrow is International Workers' Day in Denmark. That's you go into a park, get hammered, and some socialist politician who never ever had a day's work will tell you how to be a real worker. It's a great day.
Great
Sounds
day.
amazing. Great day.
Yeah, because you can sit there and listen to all those law and sociology professors tell you, or students tell you, oh, we're fighting for workers' right. And all these workers are thinking, my right would be you shut up and I get more beer.
I like that holiday.
Yeah.
We it's 1st of May? All right.
Yeah, celebrate Labor Day by not working. Yeah.
The socialists celebrate Labor Day by putting in a double shift.
Yeah, tomorrow it'll be all the old guys. It's such an amazing thing, and they walk around with their red flags and yell all the good old less work, more pay, and then someone brings out a keg of beer and they shut up real fast and sit down and start drinking.
That has been historically a quick way to quiet dissent. Just get him drunk. Let him pass out. May 1st in a public holiday in many countries. Bapu.
Well,
Mostly
yeah,
Western?
Yeah, it's because the socialist system.
All right.
It's your daughter's 25th. Oh, congratulations.
Happy birthday, Beth's daughter.
And have a big parade. Yeah, here it's just it's 70-year-old people walking and someone playing a bit of music, and then they're singing. They have like 2 or 3 songs they're singing, and it's so funny because all the politicians can't remember him, and it's all the union workers who start walking. The rest of us just want beer.
Hey, Torin, what the hell is Beltane?
Oh, I thought it was Crime Spice, but thank you so much. Oh, audio.
Yay!
That was the longest 15 minutes.
I'll be back.
That was women 15 minutes.
Whatever.
No, I'm making fun of all the old union workers who get hammered. Oh, congratulations.
Aww. Congrats, Cindy.
You're nothing better than grandkids.
Court is back in session. You may be
Well,
seated.
maybe kids.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Timothy Nuttle to the stand.
Nuttle. Explain, please. How do you do that?
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence to give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You can stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable, sir.
And just bring that microphone down to you.
Stand.
Thank you.
How's that?
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr.
Is it bring your kids to work day? The last 2 officers looks like they're 15.
Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Timothy Nuttle. Last name is Nuttle, Nuttall.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Scituate. It was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe, class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Scituate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what is that?
So in EMS, there's 2 kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job, if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, advanced life support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, I mentioned you went to a CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something like that? What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body, progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced.
No, I think sometimes according, if it's a smaller town, they have multiple duties.
Interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated, and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a preceptor? What exactly does that mean within your?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
He's been talking for 5 minutes about his education.
Yeah, like what happened that night? Come on.
Yeah, so I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company, and I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
I'll give you that one.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing,
Canton.
and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group 2.
Okay. And my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to in general being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we're required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in-depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
And where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as the 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the 10-5?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, ladder 1 and ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will cross-band those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday. Do you recall 2022? Recall those days? Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th. And prior to where the 28th sort of
Old
going
right,
into
right.
what if anything
I know.
you were aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or there was reporting to come?
So I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through.
Supposedly.
I woke up very early that morning just to check.
Supposedly.
I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
And to that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties and responsibilities
Later,
do
Lefty.
yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. For the crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of
Have
the
we,
snow
reached the
accumulation
scene
that
of the
you
crime
noted
yet?
on your way to work
Not
that
even
day,
close.
what, if anything else, did you note as far as the
He's still getting to
weather
work that
conditions,
day.
whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my firefighting structural gear out with ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, right?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
He would have been at most, what,
And as far as the
22?
other individuals on that ambulance 1 that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was car 5, engine 3, and ambulance 1.
You know who was on engine 3 and who was in car 5?
Car 5 was Captain Robry. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch, an unresponsive male in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies, and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to.
I know the weather report. The blizzard started in the morning. I know all about that. That's been out there since they started making this statement about, the worst snowstorm in history. Yeah, it turned into a bit of a blizzard later in the day, but it wasn't at that time, and there hadn't been that much snowfall in the morning. It's been out there. It's just a joke that we now spend 20 minutes of snow and education before we arrived at the scene. It seems kind of like we are just giving you a lot of talk and no evidence.
The entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Thursday?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe for the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out there?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance, and there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start from there, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, what if any description do you have of those?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene, is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, CPR. So I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating.
Way better than mediocre
trying to get
CPR.
some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And
John O'Keefe was found with a sweatshirt on and only one shoe. Yeah, only 45 minutes to get somewhere. Well, not 45 minutes, 20-something minutes, I think.
Again, maybe pretty well understood. When you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with 2 paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is that correct? Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as, obviously, with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
Is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve mask?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up. Okay. So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct? Yep. Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing, and it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was.
No, he's talking about his credentials because he has nothing to offer about anything. Again, this is the good old, we have so much evidence, some of it must be correct. And this much is probably related to the case, but we have so much. So we win. It's just to confuse the jury and put up 70 witnesses who have absolutely nothing to say. So the jury thinks, oh, the state brought so many witnesses, they have a strong case.
I'm confused.
One of the
From
things
my
I noted,
previous
a pool of blood.
medical testimony background, right? From the cases I've seen in the past, I'm just trying to figure out when he's supposed to inject the ketamine.
He wasn't fighting back.
Oh, there you go. That's the ticket.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know about how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
You have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
20, 10, 6 to
So
8.
you indicated that sort of what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this kind of?
So
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
We started CPR, now we're going back to check if he has a pulse.
So as far as when you, let me back you up for just one second. You use the term in there as far as cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment?
So I was, as we we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because there was, as stated, condition.
Sorry, he was dressed for the weather. We know from he had a sweatshirt on. We just spent 30 minutes talking about this was the worst weather they ever saw anywhere south of the border to Canada. And he said he was dressed appropriately. He was missing a shoe. He was missing his belt.
He was missing his shoe. I don't know if you could call that dressed appropriately with one shoe in a blizzard.
Either it's the worst snowstorm ever and you should really be walking around like an Eskimo, or he was dressed appropriately to be out in a cold weather in a hoodie. He had kind of the same outfit on as Jamie has.
I mean, this is my winter gear, but I get what you're saying. Like, yeah.
Do you have both shoes on, Jamie?
I have socks on.
Jamie wear clogs in wintertime.
No, but like in reality, you're right. Like, you wouldn't say, "Oh, this guy laying in the snow in a hoodie is dressed appropriately for a blizzard."
Suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you, while you're doing sort of the back valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment.
No, they found it 12
this individual
later.
on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was a coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there are 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. There was it was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be that group was just quite agitated.
Now,
no one in the house heard them.
At some points, you are able to get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far
Thank
as
you, Winston.
what, if any, difference was in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
The lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so, to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of the protocol? What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe all the clothing was removed, and that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
Thank you, Vince Cortho.
And why is that the protocol?
There is, you mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that, so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker, and for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him get Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after, and that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is, and then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off in the ambulance left the ambulance at some point.
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better, what, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing, as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And use the term as far as hematoma. Could you explain what you understand?
Lack of a better term, is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and the scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we placed our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords.
They'd found mucus and bile in the back of his throat.
Well, because he vomited in his pants.
So from a head wound, if you get a bad enough head wound and concussion, you can vomit, right?
Yeah.
The question that I then have is, what happened to the rest of that vomit?
That went inside his pants.
It went inside his pants.
He has vomit inside of his pants and on his underwear. Nothing on the front of his shirt, but in his pants.
Isn't that odd? I don't know what's that.
How does that happen?
By being hit by a magical 6,000-pound vehicle at 24.2 miles per hour, you puke in air while flying 10 to 20 feet with no injury. and because of centrifugal forces, it goes inside your pants. As long and it makes scratches to your arm. That is blunt force trauma. Don't think about it, Valhalla. It makes perfect sense if you don't think about it.
Any goddamn sense, Baker? How do we get?
If you don't think about it, it makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because if he had been puking on the front lawn, he would be choking on his puke. Because that's one of the biggest things we're always taught. If you pass out drunk, always do it on the side, so you can puke out of the bed or in the bed.
Was his pants were then like zipped and buttoned up again? Belt was fastened.
Belt's
Oh
not
no, he
there,
was missing
remember?
a belt. He was missing a belt.
He was missing a belt.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and no vomit was found at the yard either. So he puked somewhere else. I walked around with it in his pants, and then still had some bile and mucus in the back of his throat when they found him.
Marissa.
Marissa.
Yeah, that's what I said. He got a head wound and went to the toilet and had an accident and said, "All right, I'm getting out of here." But still, it doesn't make sense.
It's a definitive airway, if you will.
He had an extra sweat.
It isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed intratracheal tube.
Everything is
there were some substances
high
that were
quality,
suctioned
gold
from his
standard.
airway, is that
It's
correct?
like listening to one of
What
those
were they
sales
again? I'm sorry.
persons.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction suction system to remove it before we intubated.
Just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left arm?
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
And
Notice
as
we
far
had
as your memory, as far as his right arm,
two witnesses today, three
far did it
witnesses
sort of
today.
extend, and where was it located?
All we can do
Sort of upper
in
arm,
half a
lower
day.
arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. Appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for and what is that device? What is it?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved. And when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway.
Walking for an hour.
It's
about
relatively simple,
nothing
but it's
to do
very
with the
effective
case.
in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that in reference to those injuries on
His
the
body temperature was 80 degrees.
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they had been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted to, they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because we did, when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that he was all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment, and the 3 females are in your general area, correct?
Correct.
And
Yeah, that's the
at
real
some
test.
point,
No, that's not for, that's
you
for
or any of the other paramedics,
hypothermia.
EMTs
No,
on
that's
scene, ask them any questions about what had happened or anything like that.
So as I was
that's
ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him.
I hit him.
And
That's the first
did you
thing
know
we
that
heard.
individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height.
She was 41.
And
dare you, sir.
The other 2, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor.
Just remember, this is at the same time the police officer said, she multiple times said, is he going to survive? Is he dead? What was the, yeah. No one else at the scene heard anything about that.
Meaner, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, it was, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over, and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
Heard.
And the individual, one of the 3 females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forward.
Denise, that's from an old case where someone determined her body temperature by sticking his finger in her armpit and tested her rigor mortis by shaking her arm. That case had to go 4 times before they got her convicted.
Reported now to sort of in the back of the ambulance. You're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your apartment, is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing at that?
So at that point, I had myself and Nat Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flamati. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
And at some point, Firefighter Flamati, excuse me, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient, correct?
Correct.
So what, if anything, did firefighter Flamati
On the ground.
ask anybody else to do in regard to obtain?
I believe he asked firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
But you weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
Recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
Yes, court is over in less than an hour, and we have had 2 witnesses and 1 cross. That's, well, half a cross on the other officer. It took less time to do cross on the first arriving officer and the other officer that did cross than just to get this guy to the crime scene. Because we have to talk weather, his education, his gold standard, his first class EMTing. And so far, he's the only one who heard, I hit him, I hit him.
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, firefighter Kelly, and firefighter Flamati, with firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
They certainly wouldn't have let her leave with the murder weapon, right?
No, it wasn't her car. It was Robert's car. Her car was back in her house. Because that's how she runs the courtroom. Tuesdays and Thursdays are half days.
So when it comes to the report that we were that you were testifying about before, there was a report generated in regard to this, is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling?
That would have been Anthony Flamati.
And have you seen firefighter Flamati's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Why can he testify about another man's report?
Doesn't seem legit.
Why don't you have that ready, idiot? Is he just stalling for time? Is this what he's doing? Just stalling, asking all these stupid questions.
All right.
The car wasn't at the scene. That was at his house. But no, if she said, I hit him, as 3 EMTs will testify, the cops probably who heard her say, is he dead?
You recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is what I believe to be the ENFERS report written by Captain Robery and the patient care report written by firefighter Flamati.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm up and seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe.
That's all that's happened so far. is
It's
that
already
he
pre-marked,
gets
or
the
you're
claim
moving to
that
introduce it
She
now?
said, I hit him, I hit
Is there
him.
an objection?
Yeah.
May have just one go.
Okay.
So far, nothing else has been relevant.
Well, he gave them first class CPR.
High class, high quality, high
class,
quality.
high quality.
No objection on the patient care report.
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
Yes, jury will take a field trip to the bar and to the house, I believe.
Thank you very much.
There's no way he's going to keep this guy on the stand for another
If I could
hour.
ask for the lights.
Of course.
And the little.
Well, he just needs to be
Gentlemen, if I
patrolled
could have,
48
what's
minutes more.
previously marked as exhibit number 9.
Her Lexus was back at John's house. She had been out trying to look for him at roughly 5, I believe it was. She went out looking for him. Then she called up Jen McCabe and help me out, Jamie.
Carrie Robertson.
Carrie Roberts. Yeah, I can never remember her name. And they drove in Carrie's car, and then they put the car, McCabe's, Karen Reed's car back at John's house, and then they left, and then they found him. So the car was at John's house when this happened, but she was allowed to leave, and then she was put on a Section 12 because she made some statements about she might do stuff to herself.
Mr. Nuttle, just directing your attention up to the screen
I
there.
would if I
What's
could.
to see marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize?
I believe that to be 34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it looked like around the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
Again, notice the worst blizzard in history didn't even cover the bottom of the tires.
You can see part of their steps on the front stoop.
Yeah, but it was really, really bad.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. Can I approach the witness, Sharaf?
Yes.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttle, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first
At
observed Mr.
John's
O'Keefe,
house.
supine on the lawn and the 3 females around him. You see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
Where the
That's
thousands
a
of
pretty big
lastly,
general.
Ms. Gilman,
Right.
Right around this general
Again,
area.
sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, do you observe that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observe that.
They're right around in this general area.
Thank you. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. You want to make an approach just to retrieve that? light?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go.
All right.
Afternoon, Firefighter Nuttle.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or hospital? So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we.
Yes, we now know someone walked up to the house. We don't know who. So, but that's a long time ago. This witness, absolutely nothing good.
when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on?
Correct.
Okay.
I thought he said a
that
hoodie.
as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident.
Yes.
He's gonna get to it, I think. Maybe.
When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you would indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone in this case exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked,
mm-hmm.
no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was
setting him up
dressed,
to
correct.
drop
Okay.
nothing.
As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today.
So either that's missing in
Is that
evidence,
right?
or he didn't have it on.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. Not yet been marked. I believe.
The reason he has asked this so many times is either that jacket is missing in evidence or he never had it. Either way, it's detrimental to his testimony. Because if they cut off a jacket, where's the jacket now? Did Proctor get it away?
How did if he's wearing this big puffy jacket, how did he get blunt force, sharp scratch wounds on his arm?
Yeah.
Did it cut the jacket? Did it also lacerate the jacket on the outside of the arm? Is there dog slobber all over the jacket? I have questions about this jacket.
We'll see.
Is the jacket perfectly fine and only his arm was cut?
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe is wearing when you found him?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach
Just
him?
said you did.
Yeah.
Do you recall this being
Uh-oh.
part of, let me ask it a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a...
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
Put it on the big screen so everyone can see it. Come on.
That
now.
appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
Found a picture of the puffy coat, y'all.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were
So if he
Oh,
lied
that's
about that,
correct.
he might have lied about her
In terms
statement.
of just the correct.
saving a man's life?
Correct.
Not
That's
necessarily a
and
lie,
and
it's
your
just
credentials are impressive. You were
misremembering,
focused
you know?
on one thing, and that is
Yeah.
trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians other than generally
It's cross.
middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
You said all three of them sort of looked alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
A Christmas story?
You didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay. So it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct,
That's not
yes.
what you're talking about.
I was, and if to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head.
No.
That's weird because that would be the big gusher.
Well, you would think the skull fracture would take priority
You
over
talked
the,
about
over the
the
lump on his
injuries to
face.
the right side of his arm, correct? Correct. You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
No.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrow.
Right, like a
Oh,
claw mark.
sorry. Excuse my accent.
Oh, no. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Boy, that one. It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right. So, the furrows.
Everything that guy
you
just said is
Laid your
bullshit.
hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors when you said furrows?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
Why?
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
That possible that came from a small laceration.
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head,
Mhm.
in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
So now both sides of his face.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side
Yes.
of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Why?
Sustained.
His,
Next
is his,
question,
is
please.
his opinion?
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment,
Why
given
was
your
that
experience,
sustained?
training, and background,
Because
that
he's a P word.
those injuries looked like he had been in a fight?
Objection.
I'll see
Why?
counsel at sidebar, please.
He's asking, in your opinion, he's a professional. He's been to 1,000 bar fights.
This is a man that gets called to every emergency in Canton. There's only 2 fire departments, right? 2 fire stations. So he's on almost every call out of the Canton FD. Why would he not be able to articulate what a fight injury would look like?
Yeah. It's exactly, well, not according to her, but again, I heard he had those 2 black eyes, but a big egg on the side of his head, that's normally with impact. That's not because the black eyes, in my opinion, could be from if you get hit in the back of the head, the swelling because of the force inside your cross skull. But a big egg on the side of the head, that's when you get hit and blood seeps into subdermally.
That's blunt force trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the dog scratches. Not that. That's not.
Come on. I should just put it up in speed instead of trying to.
That good point, Lord Bynum. They damn near got him qualified as an expert witness with all the nonsense they were asking him in the beginning. But he can't tell you what happened if you got into a fight, what the injuries might or might not look like.
No, his nose wasn't broken. That's another thing. If you get a broken nose, you would expect swelling to both eyes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir.
We'll break. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, someone, tell me the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fistfights?
Yes.
Okay. Injuries to the face?
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth? Injuries to the nose?
Yes.
The ears?
Yep.
To the eyes? Defensive wounds on the hands?
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Was that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head. You could get hit with a golf ball.
Of course.
For instance.
It's all
I'm not asking you to
trauma.
the exclusion of everything else.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that.
Correct.
The bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked.
Yes.
Okay.
MLS in chat said that
You indicated that
they
You
needed
were not
foundation, and that was
present
what that
when
sidebar was about. And that
your
seems to be what
colleague,
he's
Higgins
doing
Laughlin,
now,
was
is setting
questioning
foundation.
anybody
So I think
Yeah,
at the
put
scene,
up the
correct?
foundation.
She was tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay.
It's not really a Boston accent.
You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
Yes.
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic,
Correct.
hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught,
Very distraught.
very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, could I have hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him. Were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? You remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flamati with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
That's Anthony, Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flamati was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her, do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him, directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay. I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
Good Lord.
That was
Everybody.
obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question. Correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
That was the question.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that
She's not so confident right now.
meeting with Mr. Proctor.
So you don't,
I'm sorry. I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
so it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's all he really wanted to get out there was that memory.
When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no.
No.
You did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, I hit him, and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a
You think
report
that
that
would
said
be
that.
important?
Correct.
And you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
At any time that day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say, I hit him out of the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police and say, I heard this person say I hit him?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Shocking.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now pivoted.
In terms,
You didn't you didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
So
Have you, just
You
one
couldn't
last
even
point.
tell us who was talking. What do you mean she
you
spoke
didn't tell us
directly
what
to you?
clothes he had on.
He said earlier in his testimony that he was uncertain who was saying I hit him.
Well, and
Yeah.
he said he
Couldn't
couldn't
tell
tell
it
any
was
of the
dark.
women apart. Yeah.
Yes. He's
Yeah, he noticed one woman. He talked to her with blood on her face, and
No, he didn't
And
notice
again, we had-
anyone with blood on their face.
we had an officer talking to her said, "I didn't see any injuries." But this guy, while intubating, while two people are working on a stiff body in the worst blizzard in history, with a woman running around screaming, ask that woman who's running around in a circle, say, "Hey, you know him?" And she says, "Oh yeah, I hit him."
Well, here's the thing that bothers me is you heard that statement and he's clearly passed away and you're not like, with what? Or asking questions or telling anybody. You heard it and then you just went about your day.
The at least 3 cops and 3 paramedics weren't like, what did you hit him with?
Yeah. Or he
No,
goes,
nobody-
hey, she's saying she hit him. Why don't go talk to her?
And from opening statements, we know at least 3 people will state that I hit him, was hurt by them. But the first responding officer, the second responding officer, both heard no such thing. They even retracted the statement that they gave earlier.
You've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there've been many discussions.
Yes.
Probably daily.
Frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame.
Objection, Your Honor.
He can have that. Have they?
They can.
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And nobody's casting aspersions. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Mr. Nuttle, when it comes to being asked about consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you would have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of it, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causality or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
Just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about
Well, did a golf ball hit him in the head?
particular
Come on.
time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Prof?
Sorry, rephrase that for me.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So
These questions are
again,
so
For
stupid.
clarity purposes, when you were
Well,
asked
he can't
about
even
the
restate the
statements
question.
that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during the interview, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority, if that answers your question.
Wouldn't want to know what he was hit with.
Do you recall specifically at this time?
You know what he didn't say caused that egg on his head? A car.
The other female told that female to be quiet.
I do remember that.
It's consistent with a.
It might have been a fight. It might have been a golf ball.
And
It
the other
probably
statement as
wasn't
far
a
as
6,000
female with blood
pound
on her
automobile.
face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the females that you observed.
Absolutely
there,
not.
correct?
She's prime witness for the
And
state
your memory
claiming
of
you
that
heard
statement
something that
is,
no
I
one
hit him,
else
I hit
heard.
him,
So,
correct?
you can understand all the time.
All right, Mr. Nuttle, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flamati to the stand.
So that's another firefighter not knowing anything
about the actual incident.
Yeah, and we're going to spend the last 15 minutes talking about nothing.
Oh, I figured out what the problem is. Now I know why he's hung up on the golf ball. Somebody told him she was driving a Volkswagen Golf. Now it all makes sense.
Oh my God.
Raise your right hand. This officer, the evidence to give the court and
Rocker
jury
got
the case
the
now
car
hearing
wrong.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
This guy looks like the love child of Larry Foreman and Nick Rick.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Name is Anthony Flamati. Last name spelled Flematti.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015. So coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012 until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke.
I'm gonna
worked for Fallon
this up,
Ambulance.
because this is gonna be nothing
Started
again.
basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for the first, what, if any, training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week.
We found the real killer, y'all. We found him.
It's such an idiot.
You are such an idiot.
So the paramedic schooling starts about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months. And then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that
Yeah, we
section
should
of
just
schooling
stop live
and then move on
streaming and
to
do a 10-minute
a ride
recap
time
every other
phase,
night.
which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that, they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working at.
And so there's a written portion and a practical portion to both the EMT as well as the paramedic training?
Yes, that's correct.
And you successfully completed that and received certifications in regards to both?
Yes.
And those certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So
I know
it's
Fuba,
continuing
or
education
just a
classes
joke.
as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it's February, up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many fire station or firehouses do you have within Canton?
So we have 2 different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate over.
Do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between the two?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters.
And where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And with respect to each of the 2 station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder.
Only that none of them came out.
Yeah.
At each
We
station.
did find
and then we'll have
out
the backup
that
pieces for that.
Jen
I believe our
McCabe
tanker truck right now, or our
went
water
back
truck
into
is
the
out of
home.
Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as the sort of shift, how many people are assigned to, when you're assigned to, let me ask you this first. When you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of concerned?
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we're 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to sort of a specific duty or truck, or how does that work?
We usually just assign to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just the ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross-man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we could take the ladder, medical call, we could take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on an engine?
So with the engine, if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, the step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, into the evening of January 28th into the morning of January 29th, were you working on that occasion?
Yes.
Okay, you were working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And which firehouse were you working out of on that?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine, whatever?
That would have been ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to ambulance 1 along with you with that?
At the time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, Matthew Kelly. I have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame in 28, 29, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather forecast?
So leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I'd always lived a good distance away from work.
Just,
So I would try and tie
agree
overtime
that
shifts in,
there was snow that day.
so I wouldn't have to commute more than
don't
once
have
back
to-
and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather, so I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you
Marissa,
arrive?
can you call court
Night
and just
before I
put
arrived
up
at
a
6 p.m.
sign saying
6 p.m. is the
it
start of
was
the shift.
snowing?
And so you were essentially on shift for a relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take it back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so.
Sorry, just because this is so stupid. Let's watch this one. What this heavy snowstorm that turned out exactly like predicted. Oh, I have to open it up in another tab so I can scroll. When was he found? Let's start here. Light snow. The wind picks up at around 4 a.m. He was found somewhere here. Light snow, windy. Precipitation 0 inches. 10-15, about 0.1. Heavy snow, windy. This is the weather chart from that day.
At what time was that?
Oh, I'm on the wrong page. This is the weather chart from the day.
Time.
When he's dropped off his, that's before the first one. This starts at 1:54. Light snow until roughly 4 o'clock. Then heavy snow is 7:54, which is roughly 2 hours after they found him. Temperature.
Why does it say 0 precipitation? Like almost the entire way.
Yeah, it's probably because it's less than 0.1 inch. Or maybe it's, I don't know how to, but again, light snow and windy snow. Heavy snow sets in at 9:15 according to the weather map that day. And this is actual after the fact weather maps. This is not a prediction. This is after. We can just pull this up. Couldn't we, Marissa, can you call court and ask them to put this up, and we don't have to ask every witness what they believe that could have happened that day? This is the snow pattern in Canton, Massachusetts, 29th of January, when this happened. From roughly an hour and a half after Karen Reed was at the house. Heavy snow doesn't set in until 9:15. Just so we don't have to sit here and listen to this idiot go on about, I thought it would be snowing.
No sound. Baker. Can anybody else hear that?
I can hear you, but I can't hear Baker or the sound either.
Same. I can hear your voice now, at least. I just don't hear the video.
You can't hear the video? Effing
No, sir.
Stupid. I'll just gonna remove it and put it back up and hope. Better? Can you hear it?
Can't hear shit.
Hear it?
No.
Well,
no.
Go F something. No, everything looks like it's where it should be.
Just skip ahead anyway. Maybe we'll fix it.
Yeah, but I have to figure out. It's said something about StreamYard losing connection. So, oh, they ended. So that doesn't. We're almost done.
Oh no!
Can you hear? Can you hear stuff now?
No.
What the hell? Sorry, all. Audio.
Do they cut
General.
audio on the feed altogether? Is that what you're saying, Ghost Street?
No. It's StreamYard not sharing the audio.
Well, if she put in Court TV audio equals 0 also. So.
Yeah, but I can hear it. I can hear the audio, but it's just
you
not
can
feeding
hear it?
through. Yeah. StreamYard isn't feeding it through. I'll update StreamYard and come back in and see if that helps.
Oh, I was going to pull up the court feed and see if it would work for me, but he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah.
Because you don't have permissions, right?
No.
No. We should really get you permissions.
I don't think anybody wants that.
It's not like you don't have to.
I'm always on my phone, so it's always, and I'm always hitting buttons, so.
Oh, why don't you use the computer that you got from Dave?
Because I don't have stuff for it.
You should really work on that, you know?
At some point, yes.
At some point, she says.
Well, the heat storm and get in on time.
Good now?
Scheduled to come in at 8 a.m.
Yes.
in the morning anyway.
Good now.
But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
Sorry, all.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on
And we just need.
I believe Matthew Kelly was
5 minutes
driving.
more.
I was in the passenger seat, and Nuttle was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of road conditions, visibility at that?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3. And just engine 3, car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in. And
What does? Why did he bring this witness
Recall
now?
who, if anyone, was in either car 5
He
or
wouldn't even.
engine?
He's not even
So car 5
at the scene
time,
yet.
Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the report in relation to EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And the times that are noted within that report, is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party. That
Oh, no,
documents
no, why he
timestamps,
tries
things
to
like
share
that.
the
As far as
records. It
on-scene
looks like
transport,
records.
clear from the hospital, that type of thing. It's all third party documented.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 1. Specifically turning to the 7th page and asking for attention to the far right column. You see that portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, when I played before you at Exhibit 160, that's your report,
It
correct?
wasn't. It wasn't my
And
mic.
on that right column of the 7th page, Andrew, what if anything do you
Earl,
see?
you are about 5 minutes
So we have
behind
our
everyone else.
dispatch time 6:06, en route time 6:07, on scene 6:14, at patient 6:15, and we had transported from that scene at 6:27 and arrived at destination at the hospital 6:45.
That destination hospital would have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep. So from Revere Street, we'd have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. That would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadways are coming down?
Yep. So that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left or right or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described?
So we had the fire apparatus. There's another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but.
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, we see 2 female parties, non-uniform personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street and back and forth. Appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground. Is that correct?
It was, yeah, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting, or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you identify him?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
So when
Didn't
you
the
first
previous
arrive on
witness say
scene,
that he asked at
fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point you sort of
Yeah.
television to the patient, correct? Yeah. So you arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance and where is it that you?
They can't keep their story.
So we then go grab all the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Flamati, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you, Ms. Tallali. Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow. Remind you, please do not discuss this case with
Why?
anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen
May
to
1st?
see, hear, or read anything about the case,
not
please
a fault.
disregard it. Let us know.
Commies
I will
in-
see you on Thursday morning.
There are commies
Thursday
in
will be a hot
Massachusetts.
day. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
We're
What
not
time do
in
we
session
start?
tomorrow.
What time do we start on Thursday?
I think 9 o'clock because it's a half day.
Tell me that guy doesn't look just like Ricada.
Oh, sorry.
Tell me he doesn't look
Yeah,
just like Ricada.
Yeah. Back when Ricada had a bit of meat on his bones.
Young Ricada?
Yeah.
I don't trust him.
Cancun.
I don't trust him.
No, you can't trust the skinny guy.
Looks too much like Ricada. Can't trust him.
Yeah, if he comes back Thursday with a pitcher of whiskey, we know it's family. So,
She already is taking so much time off. I just can't right now.
Well, that's how else do you think she's going to let this drag out for 6 to 8 weeks?
Well, no,
This
it's just
will be
like,
the-
okay, we already got half days. And then I did hear somewhere that they aren't working on Friday. Is that true?
No, they don't see juries on Fridays.
Well,
So they're going to come back for a half day on Thursday?
Yeah. So she has taken 4 days off now in a 3-week trial. It's going to turn out to be the next Mellow case, whatever Nick is covering, that's going to last 25 years. So tomorrow, no trial. And Thursday at 9
a.m.
maybe?
9 to 1, probably.
9 to
possibly.
1 again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to get your butts ready to sit for Friday, which hopefully, I don't know, is, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, I could go, I actually need some stuff in Odense, so I can go to IKEA tomorrow. Now I have my day off.
Yeah, get your
Until
day off.
Jamie
do
yells
some
at me
stuff.
and
Yeah,
yeah.
you don't get a day off tomorrow. Jamie's going to make you stream. Who are you trying to kill?
No, I got to work anyway. I got to go back to work. So I won't
Yeah.
cry. I won't cry about it.
I might do something shortish sometime tomorrow. I don't know. Let's see how. But I need to go and buy some stuff. So I don't know. But what did we learn today, kids?
Jay Stone, that was Ricada. I pulled up his stream. It was a joke. It was apparently not a good one, but it was a joke. We learned that paramedics don't really pay attention to a whole lot. And we learned that somehow a Lexus vehicle managed to hit John O'Keefe at like 4 different spots in his face. So we learned that.
Yeah. And only leaving a bump on the side of his head. And we learned that the guy who was focused on his head didn't notice he had a head trauma.
Well, let's be clear. They said they did not say the car hit his head. They said
No. But
the ground hit his head. No. He said.
And we know that he was wearing a winter jacket that he clearly fit the weather, which wasn't a winter jacket but a nylon sweatshirt. We know that every police report filed around the first responder is incorrect. They got the address, the times, what else? The
Like
order of
order.
all of that was wrong. The first responding officer changed his statements at least 3 times, even did it on stand today. both officers we've heard from has testified they didn't hear her say, "I hit him." They heard her saying, "Is he dead?" And what was the other thing?
It's
they
my
heard?
fault, or what was it? Was it my fault? Or yeah.
Yeah.
I hit him. Did I do it?
No,
Yeah.
she said like it's my fault or something like that. And then, but he's the one that heard I hit him, but he
Yeah,
chose to do
multiple
nothing
times.
about it.
Yeah,
He chose
because
to not ignore it. So,
and we know now, and that's the big reveal. What we believe to be Jennifer McCabe walking from the scene of the accident to the front door of the house. I think someone is claiming she went there to get some blankets to heat him up. Why did she do it when the police arrived instead of doing it as soon as why didn't she run up there, banged on the door, said, "Hey, brother-in-law man who is a first responder, come out here. We have a body in your front yard," if she was going to get blankets. I don't know.
we'll see.
But now we know someone went from the scene of the crime to the house.
Somebody did.
Before.
Y'all, we knew this case was going to be insane coming into it. That's why we're covering it, right? So it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody of the debauchery and foolishness that we see out of Canton, Massachusetts.
No, it's not the paramedics' job to investigate, but it's the paramedics' job to gather as much information about the accident as possible so they can relay it to the hospital. And if he had heard he was struck by a car, he would have said it at the hospital, said, "Hey, I think he got struck by a car." He might have, because if they start manipulating him and he has skull fractures, that's really bad.
Well, yeah. When he asks her, "Do you know him?" and she says, "I hit him," and he doesn't I mean, this man has injuries. You aren't going to ask what or what do you mean or what happened?
Could you imagine a scenario?
He never comes out of the house, Jason.
If you were a cop, right, and your sister-in-law starts pounding on your door and says, "Hey, I need blankets for this guy that's laying dead in your yard," why would you not come out of your house? Like, what part of being law enforcement would be like, "Oh, it's perfectly okay for me to just stay inside while this dead body gets scooped out of my yard"?
Yeah.
None of this makes any sense.
Nothing about it,
None of this makes any sense.
And again, the entire, well, he just slept because he was tired. Now we know there was at least 3 police cruisers and 3 fire trucks. One car was 135, and probably most of them had lights on as well. And
So
none of those lights made him think, "What's that?" I had someone. We have someone moving in, and I heard something being dropped, and I thought that was too close to my house to be in someone else. So I went out there and looked. And I'm sitting here with earplugs, and that takes away my audio. A police, Valhalla, when you were deployed, were you a little jumpy
Little
when you were
bit.
sleeping?
Little
Yeah,
bit.
it's kind of like you didn't need that much.
I'm still a little jumpy when I'm sleeping, if I'm being completely honest. I still get a little razzle dazzled. And that was 07 I got out. So 20, it's a lot of years, right? It's a whole lot
17.
of years. 17 years since I've been out. Still pretty jumpy. Still pretty jumpy.
At the New Year's, we have we can buy fireworks in Denmark, and roughly the 17th of December, you start hearing all of these air bombs and stuff go off because people forget they're not allowed to blow them, and that's when I go into I don't like this mode.
Yeah,
and it's not that I have PTSD or anything. It's just you don't like those sudden bangs because you really don't know what comes after those.
Yeah.
But a police officer with 20 years of experience doesn't react when he sees emergency light outside of his house.
I'm calling bullshit.
Yeah, you got out in 02 and you still wake up on a pin drop. Exactly, because it's in it's ingrained into you, especially if you've been out where it could get a little bit hot. I have to get up and go.
Yeah.
Because you don't get up and say, well, let me just assess the situation. Should I get my frack vest? Maybe I need my gun.
Oh,
No,
all my police department buddies are in my front lawn with the lights on, and there's something going on, but I'm not worried about that.
No.
Big deal.
Yeah, the wife's so nice and cuddly tonight, so I'll just turn over on the other side and sleep on.
Well, she had to have gotten up to get the blankets for Jen, right?
Well, she didn't get them.
Ah.
I know it's not like they don't that they forget it. They don't get. Yeah,
I mean-
it's all the kids, and the worst thing is we have a social housing like half a kilometer down the street. That's 2 pies American miles, and there's always a lot of things going on. Yeah, and the dog had earplugs. Yeah, that's another thing. You have a German Shepherd, one of the worst dogs to keep quiet, and 6
That's a valid point.
6 emergency vehicles, and it just said, "I'll be fine."
That's a valid point. I didn't hear that dog barking out the window at all, out the door, nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, too busy flossing the Coke. Well, I don't know. I like Dr. Pepper better.
I mean, it's just common sense. Like you're a cop, and if you had nothing to do with this and you really didn't know what happened, you wouldn't want to investigate. Like you wouldn't want to come out and be
You
like,
would be out there, gun in hand, seeing what the F is going on. Does someone need my... And 20
well,
years
at
on
least
the
going out
force,
to see if they need help or what's going on. I mean, come on.
but 20
now.
years on the force, you have it on your backbone. You're not sitting there waiting and saying, they'll call me if they need me. Those are the guys you hate because they will, if they see something, they will get involved in it. Because 20 years in a job, it's not a job anymore. It's your lifestyle. And I bet you he's one of those guys who always flashes his card to get in front of every line everywhere. He is
sure.
Mr. Canton police. So, yeah.
With his little pizza shop.
Well,
Oh, you
I
can't say
mean-
that on this channel. Jamie will cry.
You're going to ruin her
Uh-oh.
lashes. Don't make her cry.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I would be too. I am the nosiest neighbor ever when stuff's going on. So
I had something going on the other night at 3 a.m. in the morning, and I thought, what the F? Went up, and there was we have a courier service that normally they'll be here at 6 in the morning, but they have this guy riding around on a moped delivering smaller packets, and my neighbor orders a shit ton from that company. So he came here at I think like 3:15 in the morning, and I was in the window looking, what the F is going on? It's just the way it is.
Mhm.
So it's coming over the dog safety. No big deal. Don't forget, also, this dog attempted to go through canine training with the police force. It failed out, but it had some police training. It at least initiated that training.
It wasn't a retired police dog. It failed its police dog exam. It was, I think, it was a 7-year-old German Shepherd that had 2 attacks on other people right after this, and then they chose when the defense said, "Hey, we really want to test those canines on that dog." Sadly, they just sold it to someone in Vermont.
We got rid of it. It's somewhere else.
Yeah. Oh, another thing we learned today: the EMT describing it as furrows in his eye.
Yes. Did you see the way he described the furrows also?
Yeah.
Yes. Almost like claw marks.
Weird. Objection.
Weird.
Yeah. And for those of you who don't know what a furrow is, go out and look on a new plowed field. That's furrows that runs along that. That's not abrasion. That's not scratches. That's deep tissue wounding.
Yes.
I am the HOA Karen, and I am on the HOA board. So
you are now.
yeah. And high quality CPR. Yeah. It's not for the common people. It's the high quality CPR.
That's the stuff they reserve for dead and dying police officers, apparently.
Yeah. But other than that, yeah. today will be a day not used on this, at least. We'll figure out something. Do you have anything going on later, Valhalla, or are you just chilling with
At the moment, we're doing this, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, we're bringing Brandy Churchwell back to the Lego stream to host for us, and we're going to interview Wendy. Wendy's going to build Lego this time. Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Not this Saturday, but next, the Saturday before Mother's Day. It's going to be a good show, y'all. It's going to be a good stream. I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
So that'll be the Saturday before we meet up.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
not really
our Mother's Day is another day, so it's not the same.
So not the 4th, but the 11th. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, so it's just before we're going to meet up.
Yes, yes. Yeah, y'all, in like 2 weeks, something like that. Baker, me, same place. It's going to be awesome.
Well, I won't be near you because you have a 220-foot long python. So
I love how
I
love how the snake gets longer every time you mention it. Every time it gets bigger.
Yeah.
It happens to some of our snakes.
You should surprise him on stream with it at some point.
No.
I'll hide it in the truck when I pick him up from the airport. Let him.
Yeah, you're going to do an Indiana Jones and you'll have stress pee all over the cabin.
Stress pee.
I love it.
No, Wendy H, our lovely Wendy H.
Wendy
She
H.
She's the normal host on the Lego stream.
Yeah, she
is a peach.
Produces, I guess, is what we're going to call it now for us. She MCs, something like that.
Yeah, MC.
Yeah, and she will be in Knoxville too when we go down there.
Yeah, she's coming in too. The tank, that is a turtle tank. I've got 2 pink belly side neck turtles. I just added a crawfish the other day. There's a little school of minnows in there. I put a pictus catfish in there. I got a crawfish.
1 crawfish.
I needed something to start cleaning up the muck. So the crawfish was the option I
We
went
went
with.
got a crawfish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a little pictus catfish in there.
That's what you did.
Actually, I like it.
I heard Legoland playgrounds, no single males are allowed. Why did I say single? Single males are allowed. True? I don't think so. But why would you go to Legoland?
Yeah, I would be okay with that being a rule.
Why? Because I could go there with my kids.
Well, if you have a kid, then you're not a single male, are you?
Of course I am.
You're a male accompanying 2 children. That's not the same thing as a single male in this example. I don't believe. Like if I walk into a Legoland by myself and just want to go play on the playground, kick me out. I don't belong there. There's no reason I should be in the Legoland playland. I'm okay with that rule. I'm okay.
Yeah,
with it.
you've never been on a playground, a little drunk, doing stuff, jumping off swings and stuff like that, breaking your leg.
Not that I'm going to admit to on the internet.
Nope.
Yes.
But other than that,
downloads.
I think I'll send you over to Foxy. I don't know where Valhalla is going to send you.
Ooh, I should do that, huh?
Is she still live, right?
Who?
Fox.
Is she?
I think
Where am I
she
supposed
was
to
live
be from here?
20 minutes ago. Actually, I looked. There is no Lego Baker set. I have complained.
Content, live, details, customization, redirect,
Not alone.
search.
Stop it.
No, some of my buddies lived in some well, we don't call them high rises because they're not that high, but they had a playground in the middle, and when we got drunk, we went out there and had fun.
I don't see Megan Fox as still being live, but I am going to
No.
send everybody over to Nick Staroff. How's that sound?
That sounds like a plan.
That's where
I have her live, so I'm going to send her over to Megan Fox. You can send them to Nick, and I'm sending to Megan Fox.
There you go.
We
That's
share the
where
world.
my chat's going, y'all. Law related.
The rest of you who don't want to join either Nick, which everyone should, or Megan, which everyone should, you should
Both
go
good
out
people.
go out and get some lunch and come back Friday on either mine or Valhalla's channel, where we'll try to do this again.
Friday? You mean Thursday?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, Thursday.
Join us, follow us on X or my Discord. That's easier than listen to what I say, because I forget most of the things I'm supposed to say. And Farrell, have a good sleep, and remember your old Brandon shots.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100, because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Want you to see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone there. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got against the man. You
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.